Oh, hello. Why, hello, how are you today? How are you all doing this fine evening? Hello, hello. I'm always in this odd spot. Because I don't want to turn off the music. But also, I want to be heard when I yap. Anyway, hello. We're off to a fantastic start this evening. I like how I say that I start at 11, but I always give myself an hour before stream starts to like get ready in case something goes wrong. And oftentimes things don't go wrong, so I'm impatient, so I'm able to start a little earlier. But today's not one of those days. And so now when I actually do start at 11, it feels like I'm late. But I started slightly after 11, so I can still say that I was late. And I was late for two reasons. The first one is that, my little plastic thingy that I jerry-rigged to hold my hand tracker, finally broke. It broke a little. It's currently being held together by tape and a dream. So, I've had my eye on my throne wish list. I have a more official hand tracker holder thingy. Hello, Neon. And, I'll probably end up getting that. So, that's cool. Like, literally as I was, like, running through my final checks, like, okay, ready to start stream. Oh god, it broke. These things happen. But the second reason I was late, my throne wish list. Throne is a, well, it's, maybe. Um, it's a website that, hi Viz, that, streamers and content creators use to, like, create a wish list of things that they want. Also that. Um, if you look below stream, there should be a widget for it. Most, like, 99.9% of the stuff I have on there is bullshit. Like, I have an expensive button-down shirt that looks really cool, but I can't justify paying fucking $80 for a shirt. But maybe some oil baron will come along and be like, huh, only $80 for a shirt? Here you are, my beloved streamer. It's like, thank you, oil baron. I have some candy on there, some good-looking cookies. Um, I had a Byleth figurine on there, but I think it ran out of stock, so I think that's gone now. But I mostly have just whatever on there, just for funsies. But I do also have a handful of things that I would actually want, and one of those things is an actual proper holder thingy for my hand tracker. So that would be nice. I'll probably end up buying it myself though, because I had it on there because this thing that I jerry-rigged was working fine. But now that it's broken, I'll just buy it myself. It's not all that expensive, but you know, if someone wanted to buy it for me, then that would have been swell, but I'm just gonna get it myself now. No big deal. Unless someone gets it for me first, which would be lovely, but I'm gonna buy it like after stream tonight probably. So, the second reason I was late. Much cooler reason is that, exactly, Viz. Exactly. Um, there is another streamer that I haven't been able to watch him in a while because schedules. He streams around the same time as the boss, and I want to be at the boss's streams. So it's just, and I can't really watch both at once because my brain doesn't work that way. So I haven't been able to stop by. But he is a VTuber. Yeah, I do also have a Discord. Um, his channel is Prince VTube. I adore his model. Is this a thing that I can do? Yes. And he's doing it's his 4th streamer anniversary, and he made a visual novel that, covers, like, the lore of his character that he is. And it's like, and I originally wanted to just stop by and be like, hey, I haven't been around in a while because scheduling, but happy streamer anniversary. And then I ended up staying because it's really fucking good. It's like very well made. It's got like custom music and voice acting, and the story is very compelling. And I was there and I was just sitting there watching, wrapped, and I was like, I have to go, but I don't want to. I need to leave. So yeah, I don't know if he's still live right now, but yeah, there he is. Called Prince VTube. He's adorable. I adore his model. It's so well rigged. Ah, so lovely. So yeah, I was over there, and that's part of why I was late today. And yeah, that's about it. So, right, Crimbo is coming up. It is in between this Saturday and the next Saturday. I will not be streaming in between, obviously, because it's not my stream days, and there won't be any, like, special off-schedule streams because my family will be in town, and noise, and etc., etc., etc. So, yeah. Merry Crimbo, I guess, for those who celebrate, and Happy Hanukkah. I think Hanukkah starts, like, on Crimbo this year. A very merry winter holiday to those who celebrate. And, I see no reason why I wouldn't be here. Excuse me, next Saturday. God, it's almost the new year. It's almost the new year, and I hate that. I really, really do. It's my old nemesis, the passage of time, and I hate it. Uh, so yeah, I might do something on New Year's Eve. No, I don't. No, I don't want it to be 2025. I don't want it to be 2025 because I think, May 2025 will mark 10 years since I graduated from high school, and I'm not prepared to face that reality. I'm not prepared to face the reality in which I could feasibly attend a high school reunion. I'm so not ready for that. I mean, I don't think they'll be able to find me because I don't go by my dead name anymore, and I have endeavored to remove all traces of myself, of my former self, from the internet. So, hell yeah, Matthew. Also, hello. Yeah. 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 But yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to find me to send me an invitation to said reunion. If they do, I suppose I could consider it. Maybe, but That is a small class size. Wowee. That's like, both my parents grew up in very small towns. Separate, very small towns. But, yeah. Mm-hmm. I remember my father saying that his graduating class was like, I don't even know, like less than 50 people. Okay, never mind, that's kind of a lot, but like, it was small. It was small. Wowee. But yeah. Mm, but yes, I remember last year, um, boss did some outbreak on New Year's Eve. If he decides to do that again, I'll probably be there. But, barring that, maybe I'll do something, maybe I won't. Dunno. Who's to say? I don't currently have plans to, I'll say that. But maybe I'll become inspired. Who knows? I certainly don't. Um, I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's all of my yapping material. Good. Ooh. Ooh. It didn't like that. Oh, thank you. Your inspiration will arrive in the mail in 5 to 7 business days. Yippee. Um, but yes, as a brief aside, well, I guess it's not an aside because we haven't started yet. My title today is I Want Off Mr. Wright's Wild Ride. And I do! I do! Because I like this game. I like it well enough, but it feels like it's dragging on. Not, it's a pun not intended with this, oh, okay, thank you. With the Defiant Dragons thing, no pun intended, but I don't dislike it. I think the general consensus among Ace Attorney enjoyers is that this game is okay. I know, I know. But, like, the other ones have felt like, I don't know. I don't know. Um, the general consensus seems to be that this one is okay, and I think I'm understanding why. Like, I don't hate it. It's engaging and interesting enough, but we've been here for so long. I want it to be over. It's been 50 years. I want to see my wife and child again. Uh, uh, we're so close. We're so close to being done. I can taste it. I can taste it. It's right there. I don't know if we'll finish tonight. I mean, we still have the special case to do, so we're not finishing the whole game tonight. It's theoretically possible that we finish the main story, the final main story case tonight, because we're on the second trial day, and that's supposedly ostensibly when things end. Copium, please, please let me go. But we can maybe hopefully finish the main game tonight, and then next week we'll do the special case. Maybe the week after we'll continue the special case, depending on how long it is. But, If we can finish it before the year is out, that will be mwah, beautiful. 2024 will be the year of Ace Attorney, and then we can move on. Wouldn't that just be delightful? A nice, clean ending break would be perfect. Oh, yes, of course, the guillotine. Can't wait. But yes. Previously on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, I almost said Dual Destinies. We are Apollo Justice, the Ace Attorney, and our dad, our long-lost not biological father, our long-lost foster father is the leader of a rebellion, a rebel insurgency kind of thing, in the distant, extremely religious country of Kurain. They are working to depose the Garan regime, for many reasons, but mostly because they faked the assassination of the previous queen, his wife, and blamed it on him, thus threatening his whole family and everything that he knows. It's a whole I'm like already exhausted. Hi Jen, how are you? I'm already exhausted and we haven't even started yet. So yes, the former queen is still alive. She is hidden somewhere by the royal family, and our... See, I always want to say our court-mandated prosecutor, because there's the whole meme like, oh, Your Honor, this is my court-mandated emotional support rubber duck, whatever. That's like a thing that people say, but we're actually in court. We're actually in court, so it is kind of our court-mandated thingy-do. How is the Indiana Jones game? And also, what kind of bread? I'm morbidly curious about that Indiana Jones game. Whatever. Our prosecutor for the game, Nayura Sadmati, is the son... Excuse me. The son of the former queen, and he is going along with the current regime because they are essentially holding her hostage. And we had this relic. We got him this sacred relic, this orb, the orb of the Holy Mother. Nice. Nice. Yes, the sacred orb of the Holy Mother or whatever. We discovered the orb secret. And, we were going to use said orb as a bargaining chip. So we gave the orb to our dad, and he went in for a meeting with the Justice Minister, last name Inga. Don't remember his first name. Haven't figured out what his pun is yet. We'll probably get there eventually. But, Minister Inga was holding Maya Fey hostage in this, the royal tomb or what have you, in this big fancy building that they built to commemorate the queen that was supposedly assassinated, but is actually still alive. So they went in. There were guards surrounding the building. It was supposed to be a hostage trade-off, the orb for the girl. 20 minutes later, neither of them have come out. We're like, something is wrong. We go in. We see Minister Inga is dead, and our dad is covered in blood and holding a knife. Doesn't look great for him. But, we're trying to figure out the truth of what happened so that we can clear his name both for this crime and the assassination of the queen, because she's not actually dead, and it wasn't his fault to begin with. So there's that. And, oh, there was something else I wanted to say. There was something else I wanted to say. There was a very specific thing that I wanted to say. We now know the name and face of our biological father, Jove Justice, so he could be. And gosh, isn't it such a fun coincidence that he was a witness for the fire, but they couldn't summon his spirit because they didn't have his name or face? And now we do. Isn't that just so funny how that works? Oh no. Oh, it's gone. I can see the thread, but I cannot grasp it. Damn it. Yeah. We haven't even started yet, and my brain is pudding. Oh, right! Our dad. Our dad is like, you really don't have to defend me because I'm dying anyway. Come to find out, our father has Deus Ex Machinitis, and it's incurable, and he's like, even if you get me off the hook for this, I'm gonna die anyway. So, it's really not a big deal. So really, you shouldn't defend me on the count of the Defense Culpability Act. Whatever. It's all of that. But we're gonna do it anyway, because we're a hero or something. Yeah, incuritis. He has incuritis, which ironically does have a cure. So, anyway. I think that's about it. I mean, there's more, obviously, but I think that's the gist of it. We've been sitting here yapping for 10 minutes, and that's the basic, the surface layer of what's happening. Nice. Oh, right! And the revolution has finally kicked off. And they're like storming the Hall of they were storming the Hall of Justice. May 19th, 8:50 a.m., High Court of Kurain. Ooh, a cutscene. Oh yeah, hey, it's that revolution I was talking about.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
It's exactly like my Japanese animes. May 19th, 9:28 a.m., High Court of Kurain. Accused lobby. Yes, good, I remember. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. The divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Oh hey, it's the orb. The orb. Thanks, Dats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, well, I'll probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act, too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That witch Garon wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution, and every Kurainese person, rests on this trial. No pressure! We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine! I'm going to win this one, you'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right! Oh boy. May 19th, High Court of Kurain. Oh hey, they cleaned up. God, there he is, Mr. Gender. Ugh. Let the trial of Dirk Sodmati begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta. Oh, right, and, Nayuta is Dirk's biological son. And Dirk took us in when we were but a babe. And so we're kind of like foster brothers in a sense. We grew up together. We were besties. But now he's changed. He's turned away from the light. He's a puppet of the Garon regime. His soul is tortured and we're gonna free him. Yeah, he's also probably wait, no. He was like disowned, I think. Right, because Dirk was married to the Queen, but since Dirk supposedly killed the Queen, he and by extent, his crime extended down to Nayuta, and thus Nayuta was effectively disowned. He is not in the running for the throne. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigitar Kurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. Oh? What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. You're really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuta? Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Sadmati. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty? It should. It should. It's a conflict of interest, and it should prohibit you from doing this. A father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can you really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Sadmati going against his own father is just, how can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty, or the execution of his father. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So you all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
I also object. Who is that? Oh, fuck. Your Majesty? One moment, if you would. Your Eminence! Right, that. Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh, fuck! That was so funny. I expected her to be at the stand or something, but she's just right over there. Hello, I am also here. Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuda Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Sadmati, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? I don't know what that means. There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. Of course you did! Of course you did! Why wouldn't you? Of course you did! Uh-huh, yeah! Sure! Uh-huh. Sure you did! You know, this antagonism towards defense attorneys all of a sudden makes a lot more sense. Suddenly it all just clicked into place why she hates defense attorneys so much. Alright. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Kurain. Oh good, more conflict of interest. Great. Nice to know the trial of the assassination of the former queen was led by her husband as a defense attorney and her sister as a prosecutor. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this arrangement. Not a single thing could possibly go wrong with an arrangement like that. I hate it here. Okay. First your Majesty and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I'd heard she'd served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. How old are you again? 43. You were 20. Of course you were. Why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's attire from her prosecutor days. To think we would get to see it once more. What the fuck? Also, Viz, she's speaking in the royal we. That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. Why do you have a fan? Oh my god, your nails! Oh, why are you so slay, though? Excuse me, ma'am? What the how are you doing that with your hair? Now this is final boss energy. Holy fuck. Wow. Alright. Yeah. I don't think she has to wonder if she's the bad guy because she knows. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. My heart has been frozen for 23 years. I was effectively a lich. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality? Know this, lawyer. Yes. Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headman's scaffold. You know, when I was picking out a voice for her, hi Mittens, how's it going? This is the queen of, this is the queen. She's a prosecutor and also a vampire. She's not a vampire, but she's a vampire. When I was picking a direction for her voice, I was thinking Rhea. I was going for Rhea from Three Houses. And it's become even more appropriate. It has become even more appropriate. So, yeah. Queen form was Rhea, and now this is Saros. Sick. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. Now, it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth. Oh, hey kid. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Oh yeah, the Justice Minister was her dad. And she's taking it really hard because she found out that he was a scumbag. She found out that he was a scumbag. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Uh-huh. Yes, let us proceed. Let us. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Oh, right, and her, caretaker nanny person, Nanya, has gone missing? We don't know where she is. But we found her hat. It was being carried around by a dog. We found her hat. We don't have it as evidence. But, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But if you look, she has brown eyes. And the former queen has blue eyes. That's what made me think... I mean, it's not impossible, but the eyes makes me think that it's not the case. Like, I had that realization last time. I was like, oh my god, I've cracked it! And then I looked at their eyes and I was like, oh, never mind. Again, not impossible, but I don't know. Uh-huh. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. True. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, she's had time to process it. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. Thank you, Apollo. Wait. Garen didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Your evil scheme? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. God, even her pose is just claws out. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Interesting. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Or Rafa, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well. Let us begin. The divination seance. Nanya, my robe. Oh. Looks like Nanya's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barbed head. Yes? You remove my robe. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nanya's replacement. Don't say grooming. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Rafa, you know what must be done. There is no turning back now. I know. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Oh no! My dancing dislodged my hand tracker from its very hastily repaired plastic thingy that was broken. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is bad, actually. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, kid. I... I... Ah... Ah... Oh, dear. Okay, she's dead for real. Your benevolence! What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. It is back in place for now. Oh, this is so not gonna work. This is so not gonna work. It's what we have for now. It's what we have for now. We may have to turn off my hands for tonight if I can't get it to stay. It's fine. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. I guess it's her other... It's her this hand. I don't have the long nails, so it's not quite as slay, but Yeah, no, the tracker itself is fine. It's just the thing I used to hold it broke, so I'm holding it together with tape. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rafe is going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty. Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, let us summon the first witness, if you would. Oh, hey. Hi, Dad. Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he shall have to get up and stretch with the get up and stretch chime. Like we all must right now. Well, not must. You don't have to. It's fine. Okay, I have devised an alternate solution. This is so unbelievably scuffed, but I had, for some reason, like a little plastic thingy, like, it is not super glue. That would take too long to dry. You know how when you buy, like a pair of socks or something at the store, they have, like, a little plastic thingy with a hook on the end of it to hook them onto the display? For some reason, I had one of those sitting on top of my dresser. And so I have taken that. Oh, Floof the Floofy, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I, for some reason, had one of those sitting on my dresser. And I took that, and I made the little hole on the end a little bit bigger so I could thread the chain of a necklace through that hole. And now my hand tracker is sitting precariously inside that hook on a chain of a necklace. It's actually a pretty good fit. It's not perfect, but it's also not bad. Hang on. Excellent! I also use they, them. Hello, welcome. You are in good company. Welcome, welcome. I promise I'll get back to the game in a second. But my hand tracker thingy broke earlier, and I'm just making sure it, one sec. Ooh! It's actually, like... where it is now, it's actually kind of closer to where my hand actually is, because it's higher up. It's more up here. It was previously, like, down here, and now it's up here. And now it's actually kind of... right now my finger is on the tip of my nose, and it's actually kind of closer. So that's fun. Okay. So this'll work for now. Video game. Okay. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, He, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules. Same as it always was, I see, Garan. Now then, Mr. Dirk Sadmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could. You don't remember. He forgore. Dirk explains himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim. But I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. Uh-huh. Well, that's just great. The original game came out in 2016, and this is the remaster re-release thing they did for the Apollo Justice Collection that came out earlier this year? Yeah, this year. Wow, that feels like an eternity ago, but yeah, it came out early this year. That didn't explain squat! For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. I don't have a lurk command, but enjoy your lurk, and thank you for following. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garen wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? How low can't she go? How low can't she go? Limbo loa now. Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way. Oh, baby. Now, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? I will! Oh, look at her thingy! Boom, boom. Alright, Dad. You were struck by a sudden dizziness.
Hold it!
You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here. A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh? A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection!
Ooh, he's got a good objection. That's really good. Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish, you deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along. Dad, please. Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen. Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
Oh, fuck! Oh, she also has a really good objection! Oh! Oh, that was good! You called, Your Eminence! Does she go anywhere without those goons? Don't say goon. Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort! And there you have it. Oh, right. They did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right! No one got in or out without our knowledge! Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless! Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. What a waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves weren't already deep enough. Paul looks at the gallery. Fuck you in particular. Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. Dad! You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. Let the accused statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Sadmati, if you would. Has he been reduced to the stenographer? Poor baby. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. The winkles? Possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. Probably is the key word. Sorry, I want to review some of this stuff because I don't remember it. Right, as the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuda was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Kurainese people. So yeah. Because Dirk is a criminal, they put Nayuda in detention. $2 p.m. Right. Around 2 p.m. of the channeling, right. Back pain. Ah! Objection!
Objection!
First one of the night. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare look. Yeah, he was inside the coffin. I was thinking that. They were inside the coffin. I don't know who it was. Somewhere no one would look. Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden? I'm gonna do a safety save just because. I know the answer. I know what they want me to say, at least. But I'm just doing a safety save. Right here.
Take that!
Take it! There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. But you just said it was locked. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed! But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Ma'am? Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. I get it, Matthew. I do. Yeah, I get it. Huh? But the trial's not even over. Oh god, she's an airbender. Whoa! How soon you forget. You are already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence! The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test has revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Oh yeah. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? Probably not. And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Aw, shoot. You got me. Seriously? Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? At least, you know what? It's not Chris's blood. That was before I knew that it was my client's blood. It's now- no, definitely not. Yeah, no, he's super not okay. About that. Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? That was before I knew that it was my client's blood. Take back. I take it back. Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It is beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be for Queen Garen! Her Eminence's legal tactics are beyond compare! I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amar's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. Nanya is still missing. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The defiant dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Garen allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she has effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sadmati. She has her own book! She's gonna throw the book at us, literally! What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. Aww. As Queen of Kurain, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Well then. This is silly. You still don't get confetti, though.
Objection!
Wait! The game was rigged from the start. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut! Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo! Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. What if that's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong? It just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem possible that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? After the body was found. Wait, hang on. He wasn't actually dead! Maybe he was murdered after his body was found! I'm afraid I don't understand. How could there have been a body to discover before the murder occurred? It's like one of those Zen riddles. I saw a show about them on TV the other day. They're questions or stories that can't be explained using logic, but continual meditation on the illogical can lead to enlightenment. A famous example is, what is the sound of one hand clapping? That. I have a better question, Defense. What is the sound of one penalty landing? Better save those riddles for later, Apollo. Let me try that again, Your Majesty. Absolutely worth it. But whenever I do a silly goof, I like to reload my save to save my health. It was before! Isn't it possible that, before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means... you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! Yes! Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on exactly when the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? Aw, poor Judgy. Poor Judgy Wudgy. I hope you are feeling better, Your Benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. Yeah, I wonder why. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sadmati, may I ask you something? Of course, Your Benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Raitha was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garen told Rafa about something other than Amara's status? Sounds like it, but what could it be? Is it that... Hang on. Hmm. 23 years ago. So yeah, that basically has to be Nayuta, right? Well... No. Because that's really small for a 2-year-old. No. No, that wouldn't... But she's 14. So I don't know who that is. I don't know who the fuck that is. It's Miles! I'm told she can channel the dead. Right, because this is Apollo. He hasn't seen it. Mr. Wright's best friend and the district's chief prosecutor. His frilly cravat makes one strong fashion statement. Good. Delightful. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. Boom, boom. What Rafa witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbted and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. I just had a crazy idea. I just had a crazy idea. What if the Queen channeled Inga to establish that he was dead, and she channeled him and used his form essentially as a meat puppet to establish an alibi of him being alive at 2:15 or 2:30. That would be wild. That would be absolutely wild. But we also have around 2 p.m. of the channeling right. Yeah. True, because once they're channeled, they control the body. Maybe he was in on it. Or maybe he, like... Yeah, because... Oh my god, because yeah! Hang on, wait! He had back pain, like really severe back pain, that he took medicine for. And he was stabbed in the back. So it's possible that he didn't even realize that he was dead. Because once they're channeled, it's like they just woke up after their death, basically. So maybe he didn't realize he was dead and went to go to his quarters to get something. Or he was like summoned to his quarters and back. Ooh. That would be wild. That would be absolutely wild. Ooh. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Off the chain. Insane in the membrane. That would be wild. If it's not that, I will be slightly disappointed because that's cool. That's using all of the pieces that we have to do something cool. Yeah. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Your second floor veranda. Ring. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amar's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head. Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Orla. You're so right. And there's also Nana as a factor. He's keeping track on people's characteristics. Something is definitely fishy. Maya, I believe, is in the hospital because she was being held hostage and she was being starved, I think, essentially. So she's recovering in the hospital. I don't think she's awake yet. I'm not gonna press on that one for now.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. There was. Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. Well, that seems important. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen. It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. It does, doesn't it? Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Press softly for now. Your benevolence? Yes. This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel. Please stop. You presume too much. It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. I have a bad feeling about where this is going. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? Yeah, I was right. I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead. Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, probably right. Now back to my testimony. Yeah.
Hold it!
Your benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Foreign devil! I had been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement's... What? But... Please add that to your testimony or benevolence. Since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. Where was... At around 2. Yup. Objection!
Objection!
Your benevolence? You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah, that's Nanya's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. Nah, kid. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nanya's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nanya sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, no! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nanya. It was Nanya business! Oh, shit! And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
If you disagree, prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your Benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nanya. All right. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nanya, I ran to help. I raced from my second-floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah! Your Benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nanya? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nanya was... she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up! I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear? I keep changing how I say her name. It's gonna keep happening and I apologize. Simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking. Rafa must know something. The only question is what? Why she disappeared? Why do you suppose Nanya disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child. Oh, Apollo. Oh, that's a little much, buddy. You know, something like that. Such impudence! Nanya would not leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny your behavior. In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Okay. Do you have any idea where Nanya disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into that tomb. And it just so happens that Nanya disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Nanya had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nanya occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer? But that would mean... First my father and now Nana. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain. How do you know that? How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga. Huh? But we also found footprints. We found muddy footprints inside his residence, like walking into the door, which is very suspicious. That's right. Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Well, but her footprints would have led somewhere. Later, Mittens. They would have they would have led somewhere if she had left footprints. They would have to go somewhere unless she grew wings and flew away. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. Oh. How do you know? It's quite simple. Yeah, there it is. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. Oh hey, it's that thing I said. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Hey, hi, I just had an even crazier idea. You would have to be a master of disguise to pull that off. Listen, all I'm saying is, it's suspicious that Nana's footprints went into the room, and Inga's footprints came out of the room. And and then Nana disappeared. I'm just saying it's sus. Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Garan! Bow before her glory, witless lawyer!
Urdi Hara Garan!
Urdi Hara Garan! Could those guys fanboy any harder? 2016. It was 2016. But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Ah, I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... Okay, but we've proven in a court of law that ghosts are real. He saw a spooky ghost! Maybe he saw a ghost. Maybe even a bunch of ghosts, like from all the people he sentenced to death. Ghosts? Really? Sure, and they'll be back tonight, the spirits of the dead, unable to rest in peace. Woo! If you're not careful, your benevolence, they might curse you too. Stop, please! I'll never be able to sleep again! You seem awfully frightened for a princess who communes with spirits. Apollo, don't you think you've teased her enough? Come on, let's think this one over again. Yeah, he was attacked. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Just like you should move your body with the get up and stretch chime. Perfect! Excellent segue! Nailed it! Thank you, Queen Garon. You set it up and I alley-ooped it. Nice! Okay. Are we suggesting the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility, excuse me. Yeah, sure. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there's a possibility. What utter nonsense. Wraitha had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed. You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities would coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Was he stabbed in his room and then walked over to the tomb and died in there? And he did. I keep coming back to, it's really important, no pun intended. I keep coming back to his back pain. His back pain, his severe back pain, that he had to take special medicine to counteract. And then he was stabbed in the back. I maintain that this is very important, because he may not have, yeah, he was numb. He may not have felt himself being stabbed. This is absolutely important. He'd become so numb, he can't feel you there. I mean, admittedly, it's a little out there, but we've seen crazier things in these games. And it has to be important somehow. I just know it. They drove it so far home. He was stabbed back with a knife. He had that weird chair with the buttons on it that supposedly massaged his back. He had the medication. It would be so funny. That too. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. I thought he meant where he was stabbed in the context of where the knife entered. Never mind. I was like, oh my god, they're addressing it. No. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sadmati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence? No! Not the anal beads, no! Nayuta! No, not the anal beads. You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Yes. Now hold on. No, don't do your jutsu. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. No, I don't wanna. I don't consent to this. I do not consent. Please stop! Ayuna has a point. Normally most people would notice a dagger in their back. Mr. Wright, help! Normally most people wouldn't notice that he has a dagger. They have a dagger in their back. It hurts the pain, Mr. Wright! Yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. I don't need to, I already got it! Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Mr. Inga notice that he'd been stabbed? He took his medicine, baby! Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Oh, but I do. Minister Inga was stabbed in the back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed! Yes! Yes! I am the best lawyer! What? What's this? My brain! Oh, the winkles! The winkles on this brain of mine! Then... Are you suggesting that Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Omae wa mo shinderu. Nani? Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Okura! Pow pow. Pow pow. Holy Mother of Kurain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nana killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nana to the stand about that.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? Believe in yourself, girl! Believe in yourself! I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case, one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. Well, yeah, that's not... You said that like it was a big revelation, like we've known that from the start. No, the simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bah, still you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom, and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? have to, right? I have to. Just once. We'll be executed if we lose this trial. Poor Trucy will lose her father. I'd feel bad for Athena, too. Besides, life is precious. It's not something you should gamble with. Still, I made a promise. Illusion of choice! And there's one more person I can't abandon in his time of need. Which leaves me with only one choice. Illusion of choice! Damn you! I wanted a funny bad ending! Nice try, Garan, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. Oh, you nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if the punishment is death. Does that not frighten you, Horned Head? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. Can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, Duty. It's a heavy burden, all right. Rayfa looks like she's really struggling. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. Yeah, 1 second. Approximately 3 p.m. Blood loss, stab wound. Caked in soot. Maw. It's Dark's blood. I can never use. Yeah. A 4-shot Derringer. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect, I don't... Is this a trick question? Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then. But I'm tis. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nanya killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? Even without evidence. You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Kurain? Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. This one easy thing. Lawyers hate him. You mean you will be able to prove that Nanya killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help. From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Miles Edgeworth! I don't know if it's Rafa or Maya.
Take that!
But that is... Yeah, okay. Me? Here in Kurain, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. Would it? Because he didn't die until he got to the... It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing out a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Kuraini's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes! Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She has the power to do that? And she can write with her fingernails? She just rewrote the law with the flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. You sure thought she was earlier when it suited you. But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. I don't know, Viz. I truly don't. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? Wow. How can she say that to her own daughter? So, Mother, you think me worthless? Come on.
Objection!
Come on. Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, horned devil. If you are really so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Really? However, should Rafa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Rafa to perform a divination seance? That's a fun use of the health bar. Go home. Even if I say I believe in and want to call on her, the truth is I really don't know her that well. Your benevolence? Maybe you should go on home today. I'm sure you could use the rest. Are you sure about this, Apollo? If we don't believe in her, who does she have left? You're right. Besides, without her, we'll never get the proof we need. Yeah. So, it would seem that I'm truly not needed here.
Objection!
Objection, psych. Just kidding. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead? I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Flashback to 5 seconds ago. Family Guy death pose. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you're willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
There's no need to yell. I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? Excuse me. In the trials I've been a part of here in Kurain, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
You're allowing my daughter to grow a sense of self-esteem, and I don't want her to have that. Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once. Come on, Rafa, you're a teenager. Time to rebel! No. What did you say? I said no, Mother! Oh, baby! Oh, this is a new pose. For I am the royal priestess of Kurain. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk. Your benevolence? Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nena. I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kurain should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. Good girl. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realized with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I am done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Yeah, woo! She took off her own robe! Nice! Symbolism! Let's go! Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa? Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us.
Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
This temporary hand tracker isn't perfect. To the surprise of no one. It's a little crooked. My relatively limited tracking made that look very disturbing at some points. Like my arm just snapping into place. Grapes, incense, sour. Oh, okay. Footsteps, his own footsteps. Man's voice. Pain. So he did feel the pain. More footsteps. Oh, come on! Oh, he had face blindness. Oh, shit! That's why he was taking notes of everybody's characteristics. Whoa. He had face blindness. Wow. Yeah. What in the... A faceless being. What the heck? His face, it's just like that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother. Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. Meeny, 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 meeny. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. Oh, just one? That laugh. Who does it belong to? And why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. Oh! I think we are done here, lawyer. How so? You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that. Yeah. I mean, I was kinda right. You know, he might have. Hello, detective. How are you? He might have pulled the knife out. He did also have his phone out. It was on, the laughter was on his left, the voice in the laughter was on his left side. So yeah, he was talking on the phone. Well, kind of. He didn't help. He certainly didn't help. So he was talking on the phone to a man. Oh, I see. Oh! I like to think I do a pretty solid oh-ho-ho. Hey, thanks. Okay, so he was definitely talking on the phone when he died. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I thought it was odd that they included the line here, he's always been one to laugh at just about anything. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. It was Dirk in the tomb with the knife. Everything just backfired big time. Wow, Garen has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Rafa's insight. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. He heard a voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange, yes. Grape juice, gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. Waiting vigilantly was suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. Next moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Missed, the attacker let out a laugh. I mean, apparently it's like a running joke, a running bit of sorts, that, it is legitimately grape juice. And always has been. Like, it's not some censorship thing, it's genuinely grape juice, I think. I summoned detective to the stand to verify this fact. Thank you, detective, for your testimony. You may return to lurk. Gotcha. In that case, welcome. I don't know what they want from me. We have no proof that it was definitely Dirk?
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation? An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah! That's strange, right? Yeah, okay. I guess that's fine. Sure. It's not quite what I was going for. It's fine. He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the Founder's Orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Ah! Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
My husband had no friends, but there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. If only there existed some kind of device with which we could talk to people at a long distance. It's a mystery. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this. Take that! That's my father's. Don't look. Rafa, don't look. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photograph? It may or may not make you laugh. There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. He had a talking gun!
Take that!
A cell phone? Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter? I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. Enhance. Well, subordinate's voice. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates, who he didn't even care about the name of. Talking to Dirk on the phone. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Why do you know this? Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. There's an easy joke there, and I'm not gonna make it. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Oh my god. The explosion and the laugh. Yeah, that's the approximate gist of it, Detective. He was talking to Dats. Let's take another look at Rafa's insights and really focus on various sensations. Uh-huh. Yeah! At the palace.
Objection!
Shit! Okay, so what do they want from me? I can't present evidence here, right? No, I cannot. Maybe they want the laughter? Or maybe... Oh, I see. Maybe this one?
Objection!
The music is still going. Damn it! What do they want from me? I know what they want from me, but how do I tell them that I know? Do they want the laugh?
Objection!
No, they don't. What do you want from me? Okay. Tell me which one. There are. The refined vision. From the phone. Okay. Is that what they want from me? Oops.
Objection!
The music is still going, so no. Can I have another consultation that'll narrow it down even more? No. Sick. Wait! It wasn't 3 p.m., it was 2 p.m. That's the important part. Nope. Maybe.
Objection!
Fucking... Maybe I should have picked the subordinate's voice. Because he said to focus on the phone. I've heard enough. Your trial need not be drawn out any longer. Murder of Minister Inga and the assassination of Queen Amara, the defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. Not 07. Is it gonna put me back before I figured out the first part? No. Okay.
Objection!
I don't know what they want me to point at. Unless I'm getting ahead of them. It's possible that I'm getting ahead of them, but I don't... That's what I literally just did. What? That was... I'm upset. I'm upset. I hate it here.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. That frog is her pet? Oh, I love it! Oh, I love it! Oh, I love that little frog! Oh, everybody get up and stretch and think about that good frog. I'm gonna refill my water real quick while I'm up. Continue pondering the frog. Okay. I thought of something while I was up. Oh, okay. One of his notes about how to identify Nana, because he has face blindness, hey thanks, is her hat. But because the dog stole her hat, it's possible that he thought she was an intruder in his room. That was my thought that I had. And maybe that's why he screamed and ran away. But he doesn't seem like the type to... whatever. It's fine. Yeah. Well, but... so many people have a little diamond on their forehead. So many people have a little diamond on their forehead. Anyway. Ah! My hand thing! No! It is getting out of hand. Okay. Pet frog! Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Then how do you know what a zoo is? Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of the war bat over in the bazaar? Ah! Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Yeah, there you go. What's this? Well, that's convenient. Just as I suspected, it was the call of a war bat. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? It's very important. It's actually very important. Yeah. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Rafa the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? 'Twas a firecracker.
Take that!
What is that? It's Albi Yurguide's statement. In it, he claims that Dats Arbal threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah!
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, was there a gunshot heard in the palace around the time of death? Exactly, Matthew. And was there gunshot or gunpowder residue on the victim's hand, thus indicating that he had fired the gun before his death? That's a thing. Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, but it is. Oh, it can, and it is. That laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snot snaps. That happy-go-lucky Dats Arabal. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, AJ! PW! Y'all can thank me later! No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Harbaugh! Judge like, who asked? Excuse me? I don't remember asking? Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Okay, I'm gonna watch the whole thing this time, from the start to the end, to see exactly what all changed and was added. That was my downfall last time. Okay. So now can I point out that it couldn't have been 3 p.m.?
Objection!
Thank you. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? Well, bam! I'll be your guide's statement. Again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right, 2 p.m., not 3 p.m. Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh, this is terrifying. Oh my. Still would. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. Dat's laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Hello, Fang. How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, fuck. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? I don't have a quote feature. I should probably set that up. I keep... I'll psychoanalyze myself later. Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Yeah, but... Patience. I'll address in a bit. We're cooking. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Hey, thanks. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again. Oh, don't worry, Apollo, I got this. What explains why the face of his own heckin' notes.
Take that!
My badge! A notepad. Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia. Is it a nya like gnocchi? Or is it a ga? Prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia. Just now? Oh, gotcha. Prosopagnosia. Gnostic? Gnostic. Gotcha. Gnostic. So like gnocchi, kind of. Prosopagnosia. Prosopagnosia. Got it. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime? Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Garen has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nanya know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition. And as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like... when Inga was last seen alive. You claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. For Rafa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Karen makes up laws? God damn. Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga sighting at 2:30. I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo? If Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead. Was I right? I was right, wasn't I? Let's go! And while we were discussing this, I had another crazy idea. What if it's the former queen? We know she can channel spirits. What if Nanya died a long time ago? And has been aiding the queen by allowing her to puppet her body, kind of, sort of. That would be wild. Could be detective. Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Oh! Ah! Apollo! Did you just have a thought? I did! I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Excuse me. Fuck, shit. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact, I have to for the bit. Maybe it was a ghost, or even a clone. Your Majesty, I fear the poor lawyer must be feeling ill in his tiny horned head. We should summon an ambulance before it's too late. Agreed, Your Benevolence.
Hold it!
Can't anyone take a joke in this country? It was a joke, was it? For shame, you had me truly worried there for a moment. I'm fine, and I'm done joking around. It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right. Ugh. That's right. Oh my god. There's a nasty little spot, like right in the base of my throat. I'm fine. I'm fine. I mean, I guess I can unmute for what I'm doing, which is essentially testing. Right there. Oh my god. I thought he was talking about Rafa with the two people capable of spirit channeling. But no, he's talking about Maya. They used Maya. Oh shit. Maybe. That was the one with Dahlia, right? Yeah. Honestly, that case confused me. I would need to watch it through again. Suppose we can try to carry on. Right. But it would be, in this case, it wouldn't be to commit a murder, it would be to create an alibi. Yeah. Later, Viz. Thanks for hanging out. I wonder... if they used Maya to channel him, And then he went back to his room to go get something or whatever. Saw himself in the mirror. Except it wasn't him. Because he couldn't see his own face. And he would have Maya's clothing and hair. So he wouldn't have recognized himself in the mirror. And he got scared and went back to the tomb. God, that would be spooky as hell. Ugh. That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kurain. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence? I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Nayuda has to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be! So then, Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using... Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime? How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch. Let me translate that to what he actually wants to say. Insult me all you want, bitch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Perfect. Excellent timing. I'ma go make a cuppa, see if it helps my poor throat. Enjoy the silence of the void. Later, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out. Boo. I return in limited capacity while my tea steeps. But yes, about the stream bots. I have it written down on my whiteboard. So it's not as if I forgot. It's just... I don't know. I just don't know. Because I know that I should, and I know that you all want them, and it's something that I kinda want as well. But for some reason, whenever I think about doing it, I don't want to. It's as if... It's as if doing so would cement that I am taking this seriously. You know? That this is more than just a fun little hobby to spend my Saturday nights on. No, you're fine, detective. It is very fair to assume that I forgot. I forget a lot of things. That's ADHD for you. Exactly, Mittens. Hmm. And yes, the technical bits aren't as fun. But yes, this is why I said that I would psychoanalyze myself later. Because I seem to have trouble committing to things. I am trapped where I am, and I resent that. But I also don't want to move forward, it would seem. What I really need is a swift kick in the ass to get me in gear. Yeah. Did you see I upped the price for Lose the Glasses? Not that it matters, y'all probably have 1,000,000,000 points at this point. And part of it is also that I have, like... Can I tell y'all a secret? I still use Streamlabs Desktop, formerly known as Streamlabs OBS. I shouldn't, but I do. It's Streamlabs' version of OBS, essentially, but they can no longer call it Streamlabs OBS because they were sued or something. And it is generally regarded as an inferior option to OBS proper. But it has so many things that I'm so used to. And I tried switching to OBS. I tried once. And I had a bad time because it didn't have all of my conveniences, my bells, my whistles. And that's 5 minutes. Dee-dee-bee-bee. Dee-dee-bee-bee. Back in a sec. cup baguette. Yeah. Yeah. I have here my tea, a chamomile, calm chamomile it's called, with a bit of honey in it. I have a hibiscus herbal tea that I've been wanting to try. I got recently. But chamomile is good for inflammation. So, meat lumber. Ooh, yummy. I do love cookie dough ice cream. Sweet slumber. Oh. I was like, oh, that's a weird name, but okay. God. Well, I'm already feeling better. I am already feeling much better. Mm-hmm. Ah. Ah, 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 ah. For anyone who doesn't know why I'm doing that, changing the pitch of your voice kinda it moves it up and down your vocal cords. So like up here, is like it's called your head voice because it's in your head. It's like behind your nose. Or it's like at the very top of your throat. I don't know why I said it was in your nose. And then it gets lower as we go down in pitch. And that's down at the bottom. It's fun to do. It's a fun little tickle. Yeah. I really should too. My cousin, she went to NYU for acting. And, I remember her mentioning that one of the things they taught her about singing was not only how to sing like well, like technically well, but how to sing safely. And that is some knowledge that I would really benefit from. Hmm. I'm finding that I don't really love the taste of chamomile, at least not on its own. But it's good for inflammation, which is probably part of the problem. But then again, I have always had just a little bit of difficulty switching from my head voice to my throat voice, I guess. I remember when I took like actual lessons back in high school. I remember that being a thing. There was like a little hitch whenever I swapped between the two. So, you know. Mhm. I've always been pretty good with breath control though. I can go for a while. Hmm. Oh hey, that was the get up and stretch chime. Give me a minute, get up and stretch chime. Because when I was in middle school, we did Thoroughly Modern Millie Jr. Beloved musical, Thoroughly Modern Millie. But because it was the junior version, there was a lot that was cut out. They cut out an entire character. And she had a song called Only in New York. And at the end of that song, there's like a really long note. And during practice in class or whatever, the teacher put on that song so we could sing along to it and just, you know, just for funsies or whatever. And I remember got to the big note, and one by one, everybody around me ran out of breath, and I held it all the way to the end. Ah, ah, ah.
I'll cut a bloody path.
And I cut a bloody path. I don't even have my headphones on right now, so I didn't hear that, but. Hmm. No! Improved and rearranging. It's ever changing and it's never changed. Oh, life on command. Hear what I'm saying? Oh, but it's grand. That's why I'm staying right here as planned. Only in New York. Only in New York. Only in New York. That may not have been exact. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna play it on my phone so it doesn't come through in stream. I don't know. I opened up YouTube and, you know. I said to stop at 7. Truth be told, I simply don't agree. Mm. 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 4. I think mine was a little short actually. It's just under 20 seconds. God, what a note. Yeah, it's 18 seconds approximately. Check the VOD. You don't have to check the VOD. You can if you want to. Hmm. Can I tell y'all another secret? I considered doing a cover album. It's in the back of my head. It would be a lot of work. But if there's interest, it could be fun. I don't know if I would even charge for it. I may just do it and release it. If that's even allowed. Or I guess I could just do covers on YouTube. But I don't know. I could. That gives me an idea, actually. A wonderful, wonderful idea. I give it a solid maybe. Okay. I am all done with my tea, so I will run a quick little ad while I take my mug to the kitchen, and we'll get back to video game. Oh boy! Okay. Don't remember. Turn it back on, doll. Go. What up? I forgot to mute my mic during that. Okay. Okie dokie. May 19th, High Court of Kurain, Accused Lobby. Talk about some really close shaves! Well, you can't get a closer shave than Headsman's brand blades, that's for sure. What? The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which... I guess it's a little late to be asking, but... do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Gotcha. Barbed head, horn head. Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there. Flashback to 5 seconds ago.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey you, lawyers, where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. What did you do? I blew it big time, AJ. That's? Shut up, you! What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused! What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found! Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I am telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Dats, do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why did he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Aw, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dats. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. May 19th High Court of Kurain. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My rail guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Oh, don't tell her about laws. Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Kurain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with the proceeding. No problem at all. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Hi, Maya. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? What's that supposed to mean? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Oh, honey, she's so used to it by now. Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is a trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Fey, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. Channeling the minister. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I'd never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. Doesn't seem like Miss Fey's lying. Apollo? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Then I guess I'd better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Alright. Boom, boom.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him. Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Fey, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nanya in the tomb, dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that in front of a potential witness. Hate when he's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up. Literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. Interesting. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I take it you can do that too, Miss Fey. Of course. It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Fey, 8 Spirit Medium. Where's that game? That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you, childish Nick. I'm more curious about this one.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Fey. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? Mm-hmm. Pretty big one. I think this is about all you're gonna get out of her. Yeah. Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? You bet there is! You bet there is! Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. No! I've got it. I'll be fine! If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye just... Wha-bam!
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurain, right? That is correct, in part. But there's more. Much more. Oh god. Alright, here we go. Inga Karkul, Hakad Disname, Biani Laga, Ormo Pompous, Danit, Ardiz is Kurain III. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? You wrote this game, Detective. Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Fay, did you know his true name? No. I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel. Ah. So then, Miss Fay couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time! Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo? I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking. Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Garen says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Fay and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting defense, and you know how much I despise waiting. Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Fay who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person. They were in Inga's private quarters. That person's our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure! Horned Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga? Phoenix Wright! Nanya business.
Take that!
Nanya? Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right, Nanya never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? The footprints. Quite shrimple. Yeah? And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nanya disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting... It's the only thing that makes sense. Nanya channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. Could be, Detective. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah! No way! That's gotta be it. Nanya must have somehow channeled the minister. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nanya isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nanya to the stand. Well, Your Eminence? Very well then. Let us call Nanya to testify. Yes! Now we can finally crack this case wide open. Hey, I think you're forgetting that she's still missing. Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Nanya's in the waiting lobby. Never mind, fuck me. What? Nanya's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Miss Nanya, do you understand why you've been summoned here today? That's a lot of hair. That's a lot of hair. I'm assuming that's hair. That's so much. Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Nanya. Quite the hairdo. Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I'd thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal... Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? Guess Nanya rubbed off on her, what with all the time they spent together. You there, young hornhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. Yeah, okay. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can earn the art of spirit channeling here in Khurain. After Queen Amar's passing, Her Eminence, Queen Garon, is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass, Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nanya could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nanya channeled Inga's spirit. All right, the defense may now question the witness. Oh boy. Boom, boom. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny.
Hold it!
Albie's dog stole your hat while you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. You shush. Was it after that you decided to take a rest? I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition. Well, I sympathize with you, Nanya. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know. How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I. Except to Rafa, Nanya's not just a mere servant. To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister? What hogwash!
Hold it!
I hear you're the head servant, isn't that right? Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits? Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you wanted to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure. I think not. Well, that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kurain. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening. So commoners could never become a medium no matter how hard they tried. That is common knowledge to all who were born and raised here, young hornhead.
Hold it!
Okay then, what if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Nanya? Like a distant relative or something. I am from a line of humble fishermen all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry. Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training. Oh. Hello, Raph. How are you? It is as the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that this secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Kurain and your country's Kurain village. I am good. Yeah, it does that. Why aren't things falling into place like I expected? Ask the witness to continue her testimony.
Hold it!
Queen Amara was the victim of an assassination, right? Yes. Oh, she was a beautiful, gentle soul. But she fell in love with a man of dubious origins and was murdered in a terrible blaze. Fate can be so cruel. Except she's actually still alive. Poor Nanya's yet another follower unwittingly praying over an empty sarcophagus. Amara, the queen who's been locked away and her existence in this world erased. The fact that she's still alive shackles Nayuda to Garen's will. Nayuda, the only reason you're still standing there by that woman's side is because you're afraid of what would happen to Amara otherwise, right? We need not recount such ancient history. I don't know if it's 23 years isn't really ancient. Let us continue with the witness's testimony.
Hold it!
Miss Faye was being held hostage. She was completely tied up and didn't even know Minister Inga's true name, making it impossible for her to kill or channel him. Bah, I know nothing of that.
Objection!
Listen, you horned devil. Were you not just insisting that it was Maya Fey who had channeled Minister Inga? My, how quickly you change your tune. No, I'm just quick on my feet when new information presents itself. I'm also quick to force my biggest smile when times like these demand it. It's great that you're following my advice, Apollo. But try not to look so forced while you do, would you? Nanya's right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kurain. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still. I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. I'll be honest, I'm not immediately seeing it. My badge? My biological father, Jove Justice? Are we pulling that card? Is this the card we're pulling? No way, right?
Objection!
Well then. Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nanya's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Krain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nanya stated an absolute falsehood. What? Since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nanya channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nanya channeled Inga. Even though, supposedly, only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photograph? I promise it will make you laugh. This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kurain. Horned devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. That's a different child. That is a new person that we have not met. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigitar Kurain. Yes, but... You know what I mean. You... Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? That's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara's still alive. Has the lawyer gone mad? While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Thanks. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely amogus. Here in this very courtroom today! But how? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We upset Nayuta. Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. 'Cause you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Nayuta, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as Trucy Wright!
Take that!
But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. Simple and clean is the way that you're making me feel. I think those are the words. I don't actually know the song. Excellent point, detective. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nanya. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along. What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and is actually Miss Nanya here. You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nanya, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Okuna! Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. Nanya? No. Amara Sigitar Kurain. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Eh? She's doing a magical girl transformation? Oh, fuck! That was rad! Wow! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kurain. It is I, Amara Sigitar Kurain, your former queen. Queen Amara. KO! Well, he recovered really fast. I thought Garen's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well! It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite all right, Garan. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough? Methinks there is a deception afoot. Did they tell her that Dirk was behind the fire? And turn her against him? I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garen. But the building of that great tomb! And disguising yourself as a lowly servant! Why would you do such a thing? Garen, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. I want her to complete a full rotation with her hands real quick. She's just going. She just keeps on moving. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. I have a name, you know. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. Oh, she's got a little loop on her head. That's cute. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide. A Grand Priestess of Kurainism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. She gets up and stretches with the get up and stretch time even. Well done, Constable. If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nanya, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Kurainism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good Majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on this stand, I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw. Nayuda. Yes, your mercifulness. You can't even call her. This is your mother! You. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sodmati, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. You were inside your own coffin, silly. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuda. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Rafa, saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. Alright, hang on. Ooh, ah. But the... I'm upset that I was right. I'm upset that I was right and convinced myself I was wrong. They fucking... I don't know. I wasn't expecting her to do a magical girl transformation. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah. Had she tried to exit before you all arrived, Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. Oh. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense? Yes. Yes, she was. No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Ah! Well, that was entertaining, Prosecutor Sadmati. Assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. I see no conflict of interest here. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more. Yeah, no. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Fuck off. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. The lawyer's theory is absurd. What's upsetting to me is that we talked about this earlier. We discussed earlier how someone could have hidden inside the sarcophagus because nobody wants to touch it because they think it's cursed. And here is someone who would have had access to the sarcophagus and known that it's very cold inside. And was missing for a very conspicuous amount of time. We discussed this earlier. The lawyer's theory is absurd. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. You've lost me. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sadmati for his crimes. Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This, too, is but by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well. Aye, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes. Surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand. You know, I was just about to say I think I hate this woman. Now I definitely hate her. Uh-huh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've decided I hate this woman. I definitely do. I wish, detective. I wish. That is a very cute tiger, though. I like its doofy little eyes. Yeah, tigre. Hey, Nayuda, I hate your mom. She did. She's the queen. She gets a pass. She's the queen. Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth! Praise be for Queen Amara! Blessings, blessings upon her mercifulness! Where did those animals even come from? Apollo asking the real questions. Well, they didn't know she was the queen until, like, 5 minutes ago, because she was in disguise. But it's fine, because, see, she was pretending to be dead, but she was actually in disguise. And then the current queen, her sister, was at the prosecutor's bench, actually, until recently. Yeah, because the current queen used to be a prosecutor before she was the queen, naturally. So, you know. Now then, the defense may question the witness. Uh-huh. I think we have, actually. Do we have? We do! There you go. But remember, she is a grand priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Then what's the point of a cross-examination? Can the animals leave? They keep I hate that she just keeps moving. It's very distracting. Let me just look at things here.
Hold it!
Oh boy. Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. Thank you, Apollo. Oh my god, thank you, Apollo. You remembered. After all, it does technically belong to you. Yeah, you're not wrong. I suppose you're not wrong. I guess, yeah. I bet you'd have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. How much you want to bet there's a secret exit inside that sarcophagus? Oh. How much you want to bet there's a hidden passage in there? Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Oh yeah, she sure is.
Hold it!
I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said, your self-defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living soul in the tomb at that time, souls in the tomb at that time, were Dirk Sadmati and Maya Fey. I'm looking forward to it, Wrath. Be it in this life or the next. Bing. There is no escaping such simple truths.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim, "It wasn't me, you must believe me." It was my duty as a wife to her husband, to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. But what about you and Edgeworth? What do you do after you argue? That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amar's testimony is flawless. Oh, do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't gonna let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to. For normal people. Ah, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty? I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't in the tomb after the murder. Very well, Defense. Do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear? Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. I mean... First of all, she clung to the ceiling is very funny. I have to. Queen Amara must have clung to the ceiling. Yes, she was hanging off of it. Like one of Datz's dried geckos. You said you were going home. Was it something I said? Nice try, Apollo. But you might want to try a different joke with this crowd. I wasn't trying to be funny, Mr. Wright. How dare you compare her mercifulness to a mere gecko? Sorry! That's true. I mean... all she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why, I believe that actually makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a grand priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Okay, that scared me. Oh, fuck. Oh, I hated that. Okay. Oh, I'm good. What the? Eek! Mercy, your mercifulness. How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. No, good Majesty, it is quite all right. Corainism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reasoned principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. Okay, but you could have just chosen literally any dead person. And that was Minister Inga, the only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Yeah. Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? I didn't say channeled Inga. Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, There was no one to channel except the deceased minister. You don't need their body. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but... the sarcophagus is empty. Can't rule it out yet. Because, well... What if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Yeah, I thought that's what we were saying, not specifically that... Oh, that's fine. Another victim? Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. Wait! This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? Yes. Yes, there was. And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Hang on one second. Are there dead people inside these statues? Are there dead people inside these statues? I kinda do too. What if there are dead people inside these statues? And all their I don't remember if their names were written below them. But let's assume for a moment they were. If she saw their name and busted open the statue to get a look at their real face, she could channel them and put their actual body in the sarcophagus. That would be wild. That would be absolutely buck wild.
Hold it!
Let's just press on this for now. What if there was another victim besides Minister Inga? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the minister's. Yeah, but, Amara's counter-arguments are too spot on for us to rebut. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing, really. And yet, that means... Hmm? Oh my god. Dirk is already dead. Dirk is already dead. She was summoning him this whole time. Channeling him even. That's why he disappeared. That's why he disappeared and is nowhere to be found when they wanted to cross-examine Nanya. Oh, I didn't think anything of that, Detective.
Objection!
Shit! What's that noise? That was one of my Chords of Steel voice training exercises.
Objection!
Yup. I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara? You knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid Pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Oh, baby boy. I have bad news for both of us. There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... Athena Sykes! Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
You can't. That's not possible. The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Ohuna! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is... Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have had to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof. The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Skye is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Skye, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body. Detective Skye. Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as Dirk Sadmati. Oh, they had matching necklaces! Dirk. Oh, baby. Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk. Answer me. How can this be? The traitorous Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Oh, baby. Baby boy. Who? What was I even fighting for? Apollo? What am I supposed to do now? What am I fighting for? Son? A lawyer? Should never look the way you do right now. Say the line! Oh, they didn't do the voice acting for it. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. But Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that's difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. My son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk. This is a lot of dots. Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with 2 things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Absolutely not! But I'm gonna keep doing stuff anyway. Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. Just everything that I thought I was fighting for and the one potential family member that I had left just died. And just everything is awful. But I'll be fine! But I'm fine now! Apollo... Detective Sky. Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. How about that? I believe they're the cause of death. God damn. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Oh my god, that's right! Huh. I forgot that was so soon. Huh. But then... It... But if that was Inga's gun... Was it Inga's gun? Do we know for sure that he owned that gun? Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay into the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. That would be Maya.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. Do you remember what she said earlier? Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. Oh no. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady. Time to get you up and out of here. It's that revolutionary guy. Revolutionary guy Sadmati? I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh God. That's got a smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. God damn! Dirk! Did Do you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? What are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this! Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. Oh, these ropes! I've gotta help you. Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way. It doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that! You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it! Don't give up like that! If you do, untying a rope like that'll be child's play. No. Please hang in there. You can still make it. Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. That's really awkward. I know he had like a whole plan and stuff for the but like his actual biological son is right over there. Whatever. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that. Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. Yeah, okay, fine. And that this was his last chance. Where did she get the spare clothes? Well, actually, no, Yeah, where did she get the spare clothes? You did not know. Dirk. You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you're ready to proceed. Judge fucking looking at his watch. This is all well and good. I got a canasta game planned later tonight. Can we speed this along? I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Probably. Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in the place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Ooh! Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... Oh yeah, that it was. That's right, Prosecutor Sadmati, and one you've seen in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm, and how it turned to spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I'm running out of water again. We have 3 minutes until the chime. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Translator's note: don't worry about it. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood on them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped right under our noses. Oh, she's twiddling her thumbs. Oh, she's stimming! I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. No! What makes you think that? Now what on earth would give you that impression, Phoenix? Well, maybe. We don't know her reasoning yet. She hasn't even admitted that she did it. But far-fetched this? No. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately it was all for naught. Oh, hi. Nayuda? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuda, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. Unlike the get up and stretch chime. Okay. We've been going for 6 hours, and I am tired. But we're so close. I can feel it. I can taste it. I will give it, at most, 1 more hour. At most. We'll see how I'm feeling. But if by the time we next get up and stretch, we're not done, then I have to. I simply must call it. And we'll finish it up next week and start the special case. The special extra case. Maybe it's a really short case and we'll also finish it. That would be lovely. Okay. Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Fey? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? Well, no, I don't, but it seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sadmati, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sadmati to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuda doing this? Garen shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nayuda, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Fey. Now let us end this charade. Don't do it. God! For the eternal glory of Khurain and its people. I hate you. Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination. No.
Hold it!
I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Fey, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khurain. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garon, was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Fay was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Forgive us your mercifulness. Really, Your Majesty?
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurain? My dude, you are grasping at straws.
Objection!
Oh, come on! What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are two ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? I can prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? Objection?
Objection!
Yup. Queen Amara, does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is. We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I failed to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it himself. Had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? Oh, you know, don't you? There is a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves the pendant was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's. That'd be right, Mia.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue, and it's facing the other way. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair. If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs. Oh, baby.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sudmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again. Now this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara? It belongs to you, doesn't it? Hmm. It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nayuda, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know. He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, I had to. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? Oh, she stopped moving. I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigator Kurain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! Why? KO! This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way. So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sodmati, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband. Yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it, that Dirk tried to assassinate her. Updated pendant report. Yeah, thanks. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sudmati, if you have no further objections. This cannot be. My mother. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it! I finally did it! I proved your innocence! We're not done, though. But... Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. Your benevolence? Oh, this is the princess. This is the princess. I cannot accept this! Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection toward Nanya? Raifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. Barbed head! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Yeah, sure. Yes, but what happens if I say no? Is this the right thing to do? Dirk's been proven innocent, so there's that. But has every last bit of the truth really come out here today? Ow! Oh. If you have any doubts, you should keep digging deeper. I thought he was going to say the same thing again. If you can't get to the truth here in a sacred hall of justice, where else can you? Right. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead? Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to life? The motive. Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga has been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction? Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power. After which, he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Ooh! My bracelet! Apollo? Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Enhance! I mean, it's probably this, right? Damn it, it wasn't that. I saw it! That is very subtle.
Gotcha!
Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Ma'am? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. And I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. Hey, let me look real close at that. Let me look real close. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. She has Photoshop. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Oh. What's that right there? An injury? No, wait, I think it's a burn scar. How about that? Wait a second. Your Eminence. Well, here we are. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garon, then who is it? Maya Fey!
Take that!
Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garon. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garon. Ugh. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Uh-oh. Oh. Look! Titty! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I mean, I think it's part of her breakdown thing. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is. Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switched places? Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. On the other hand, guess who just lost their ironclad alibi? I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means, while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Bokuna! What's going on here? Was your mercifulness governed for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garon wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi.
Take that!
Why, that's... Is this some kind of a joke? No, your majesty. I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sigitar Kurain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body? And then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother. Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... Oh, fuck! Mother? No! Seriously? Some nameless, faceless fuck just shot... Ah, I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garen's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother! Garen couldn't have. Could she? Someone call for an ambulance, quickly now! Well, shit. He really was, Detective. Well, shit. What a cliffhanger to end it on. Yup. I cannot. I physically cannot continue. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. The streamer started playing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue playing it forever just because this is the game that never ends. Now I really want off Mr. Wright's wild ride. Well, I suppose we'll finish up this case next week. Nice. Happy for you, Detective. We'll finish this case next week. Hopefully. I pray that we do. If we don't, I don't know what I'll do. If we somehow don't finish this case next week, I don't know what to do. So yeah, we'll finish the case next week. Hopefully. And then we'll start the special case. Maybe if it's really short, we'll finish it. That'd be nice. If it's a really short case and we can finish it before the year is out, that would be super. But if not, we'll ring in the new year by finishing it up, and then I'll finally be free. I will be free of Ace Attorney for the foreseeable future. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I gotta go. I need to rest my eyes. I just woke up before stream started, so I'm not gonna go to bed just yet, but... yeah. As always, thank you all for joining me here today. I always appreciate it a whole lot. And, have a very Merry Crumbo. And or Hanukkah, to those who celebrate. And, oh shit. Oh man. I should probably wait until after Crumbo to order my replacement thingy-do. Because shipping before Crumbo, leading up to it, is gonna be a fucking nightmare. Oh god, no, Waiting until after. Officially waiting until after Crumbo to order my thing. That'd be a nightmare. Anyway. Goodbye, have a good. I appreciate you, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.